I call the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 public hearing and special board meeting to order. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Murray, if you would proceed with roll call, please.
Mrs. Cochran? Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright? Mrs. Schumacher? Here. Mrs. Summers?
Here.
Mrs. Thompson? Here. Mrs. Wood? Here. Chair Jellicoe?
Here. I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda and the addendum. The addendum includes a few checks that were added to the warrants. Is there a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. We'll now entertain a motion to suspend the board meeting and open the public hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Schumacher. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Cochran. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. We are now in the public hearing. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman Jellicoe, Superintendent McGovern, and Board of Trustees. What we are presenting tonight is amendments to the 2023 budget. And basically what this is a routine bookkeeping that we do every year, kind of to clean up our funds. So, towards the end of the year is so we can capture all of our budget transfers. We present them in this special board meeting. So can we pull up? There we go. And how these entries are identified and separated is by fund. So you'll see that fund kind of in the top left, and then the different transactions to kind of clean up and to record those entries. So the first entry you see is from the general fund. And the first section there, this is kind of a result of a national board transfer and to correct a budget upload for the TAP program, and also a budget increase for technology hotspots. And then also this reflects just other miscellaneous transfers throughout the year. Down a little farther on that same general fund section, you'll see our capital projects fund transfer. And what this is we are able to transfer money from the general fund to the capital projects fund to fund future projects and future expenses for the district. And so that's a result of this transfer here. And it's really beneficial because what we do is during our budget meetings in the spring, we meet with all of the departments and all of the schools, and they are asked to prepare a 5-year capital projects plan for their building or department. So they kind of outline and project what they feel they need for their school or their department. And then this time of year, as we do this transfer, we try to fund as much of that as possible. And so this really helps the schools and the departments because then that frees up some other money that they can use for other needs for students by having this money moved to the capital projects fund. And how that works is whatever is available or left in their budget at the end of the year, that's the amount of money that gets transferred over to the capital projects fund. So you'll kind of see those entries identified by function code with your debits and credits. And the total there that we were able to transfer is 3,850,000.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent McGovern. I am going to be speaking to you about a portion of what Gina was also talking about. It is Section B, which is the Special Revenues Fund. Along with the general fund and the capital projects, we also, at this time of the year, review our grant budgets and make sure that everything is adjusted appropriately and brought back to the board for approval. Some of what you will see within this, the grants, this is primarily the grant section, and it's called Special Revenue Funds. Within this area, you will see a note that either says reclassification or new grant. And what that reclassification means is that those fund adjustments have been moved to support a different activity. So you'll see that in the credit and debit. And if there was an increase in revenue funds or a decrease, you will also be able to note that within the grants as well. And so that is just a summary of the grant funds that are being brought to you tonight that have had changes in them throughout the year. The other thing you will note is there is also our item analysis for the ESSER funds, because there are some grants within this, within the document you received tonight about reclassification that tie to those itemized analysis. And so that is also presented to you tonight as well.
Okay, and moving past the special revenue funds, you will see the next section, which is the capital projects fund. And the first fund listed within this group is the special building fund. And so as I mentioned with the general fund, we moved that money over to this fund. So in this adjustment here, you will see that money coming into this fund to support, future needs of the district. So it's coming out of the general fund and into the special revenue fund. And this entry also represents different reclassifications throughout the year that we had to make to support our needs. So moving past that entry, you'll see, and this is also within that same fund group, just a different fund. You'll see the 351, that's the Satellite High School Fund. And these next two funds are our capital construction funds. And this is when we are building a school or, receiving money from the state for a capital construction project. And so these are separately identified in different funds. So the first one, the 351, that budget increase was to support at the Satellite High School, the school pond drain revision. And below that, 354, that's our Lincoln demo project, separately identified. And that was just an increase there to support that demolition project. Right below that is our enterprise fund. And that consists of our food service grant, and our Head Start Nutrition Fund. And these, so if you look at the 510, that represents just a budget increase for office furniture. And then moving down, 511, 512, that's our fresh fruits and vegetable grant. And those represent our grant award for both of those. Head Start Nutrition, which is our 530, still kind of in that enterprise fund group. That was a budget increase to support a dishwasher purchase. Next section is Head Start. And we identify Head Start with different funds, and depending on what kind of grant money they got, we also identify those by sometimes separate locations to be able to track that money and monitor that money more efficiently. So that's why you'll see those kind of several different grant numbers there. But those are basically cleanup for the Head Start grant, the ones that are expiring, budget decrease for those, and then reclassifications for other Head Start programs too. But they're all kind of separately identified, so easier to track and monitor. And the last section is the custodial fund, and that is our student activity funds. And this just represents, comparing to the budget, what we had in the budget book in July, receipts received up and above and beyond those budget numbers for those two schools. Any questions, comments?
Any questions? Anyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
We, excuse me, we did have a public comment submitted under the public hearing part of the meeting. That was posted this afternoon with part of the, with the agenda updates. And so it's there for your reading as well. Is there any in-person public comment? Any in-person public comment? This pertains to the public hearing only. If it's the other part, we'll have another public hearing, public comment in a moment. This is for the public hearing only, for the budget part. Correct. Yes. If it's for that, if it's for that, please come up. Mhm.
Hello, my name is Sherelle O'Driscoll, and I am a parent of some kids in the district. When you post that resolution amendment thing, and it has all your codes on the side of the first, where do we find that key so we know what those codes are? So we know what that is.
Would you like to address that? Please come to the mic.
Do I go away now? What do I do?
Yes, those codes come from the Wyoming Department of Education Accounting Manual. And that is on site or online, and that's available, for
On
anybody.
the state site, but
Mhm.
not on our school website.
Right, on the Wyoming Department of Education.
Okay.
And then those function codes are specifically identified for certain expenses, and we have to follow those to be in state compliance with the state and with auditing standards, and so we're properly recording all of our expenses.
We just feel that as asking for transparency, it's really hard to follow that when you give it to us, and then us go have to search those codes and figure out what they are.
What it is.
Yeah, it's really hard. Thank you.
Further public comment? Further public comment on the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the board meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Next portion is our regular public comment. Item number 7 on the agenda. If a member of the public initiates specific complaints or charges against an employee in order to protect the employee's rights to privacy and due process, the board will only hear those complaints or charges in closed session. The board encourages concerned individuals to file complaints using the appropriate district complaint procedure and appropriate forms, which can be obtained from the district's website. As per policies B, DDH, and KD, please limit your comments to the board to one time. If your comments have been previously submitted in writing, please refrain from addressing the board a second time. Written comments will be posted to the agenda in the written public comment section below. Written public comments must be received by 1:00 p.m. on the day of the board meeting and will be available for the public and trustees to view, but will not be read aloud at the board meeting. Policies B, DDH, And KD continued to state, questions asked by the public shall, when possible, be answered immediately by the chairman or referred to staff members present for reply. Questions requiring investigation shall be referred to the board or administrative staff for consideration and later response. I'd also like to, at this time, before we go into the public comment, I'd like to announce that we have added to our website a link that's called Rumor versus Reality, and also answer to questions asked in the public comment that were not answered at that time. So Zach, if you would pull up our website and kind of take us through that, you'll notice where it is. There at the top, and that's what it, and when you pull it up, that's what it is. Rumor versus reality, and then answers to questions asked in the public comment, but not able to answer it at the time. If they were answered at the time, then they will not appear here. So I have asked Superintendent McGovern to address our suicide prevention initiatives. And so I'm going to ask her to do that now, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jellicoe. On the written public comment, there's a gentleman that shared some insight about suicide prevention. And what I wanted to do was just take a minute to talk about some of the things that we have in place for the district. At our June 12th board meeting, we had a presentation from Linda Carter and also from Annie Fletcher. And they were talking about the purposes of some of the grants that we have in the district, the amount of money for each one of those grants, and then the allowable expenses. And so with this one about, excuse me, suicide prevention, a couple of things that we do as a district that would be good information to share is we have a grant-funded at-risk coordinator position that is held by Annie Fletcher, funded through, of course, all grant funds. But what she does is she oversees 2 mental health grants that we have for our district. The first one is a TISS grant, TISS grant, and it stands for Trauma-Informed Services in Schools. It is actually a 4-year grant. We get about $404,000 for that grant. It started this year in 2023. We also have a second grant, and that is the SAMHSA grant. It is actually a 5-year grant. It started in 2021. That one has a little bit more funding with it, approximately $2.1 million for that grant. And I think it's really important to say the importance of mental health, but the only way we are able to do these is through the grant funds that we have. And so we've worked with the Wyoming Department of Education. And again, we do have Mrs. Fletcher that oversees those within Linda Carter with our Director of Grants and Federal Programs, and also Joni Gardner, our Chief Academic Officer. These grants really focus on at-risk behaviors, substance abuse, and wraparound services for our kids. So if they need counseling supports that are inside the school and also in the community, we're able to do that. But there's some shortcomings to this that I think this is an opportunity that we also need to share. And there's really 2 things. One is the shortage of mental health providers that we have as a state. And I believe that's one of the ideas that Mr. Bryant is making in the public comment, is the importance of suicide prevention and the efforts that go with it. Within our district, we actually have 6 openings for guidance counselors. And that's just our district alone. We have 2 of them at the high school, 2 of them at the junior high, 1 for Pilot Butte, and 1 for Eastside Elementary. And I know all of the other districts are in the exact same situation of mental health support and what we can do to help our students and our staff and our community. And one other follow-up, if I may, one of the things that our counselors do inside the district, and this includes, excuse me, our social workers, is a signs of suicide screener. and that actually is for students in grades 6 through 12 that they go and administer to our students, and then those that are exhibiting most at-risk behavior, they follow up conversations with their families and their parents to put some strategies into place to do the best that we can to help those. But I believe Mr. Bryant's comment is right on, and he's speaking as society, as our district, but also within our schools. And I think that information is good to share. Thank you.
Thank you. We have received no written public comments in this area. Is there any in-person public comment?
Good evening. My name's Marty Albert. I teach third grade at Sage Elementary, and I speak for myself, although I think a lot of teachers would join me. I wanted to call the board's attention to the amount of work that Jody Gardner and Debbie Veras and whomever else works with them have done to provide summer professional development for teachers. I was only able to take part in the first week, but there was a training that I really wanted for the News ELA, which is a great resource the district pays for. And Debbie was able to send me a link to the online portion of that training so that even though I was 1 week out of surgery and not allowed to leave my house, I was still able to partake of that. And I just appreciate the funding and the work that goes into that for teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Give me a minute.
Mosey on up.
Madam Chair, members of the board, superintendent, just want to give you an update on the FEA survey. FEA was the company that we hired to do an independent third-party survey of our high school because where it was on the facility condition index list. At the time, we thought it would be in our best interest to hire a third party to come in and go through the school and check everything out structurally, engineering wise. And they were here last week. They went ahead and went through the school, spent a couple of days going through the school. We're waiting for their report. But in the meantime, the school facilities commissioners and the school construction division set out some emergency rules that are going before the commission tomorrow and then a select committee. And it's interesting. I was there when they developed the first set of the first set of SCD rules, chapters 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And I think that's where it stopped. And they're trying to, in my opinion, skew the numbers. It used to be years ago, the FCI score, if you had a 3 to a 4, 0.3, 0.4, the way that they do it, you would get a new school because that was considered a school that was in really rough shape. They've since made 0.3. We'll take a look at it, and up to 0.6. Whether you'll go into what they call Mercer. A Mercer study is the most cost-effective remedy, and so we're at a 0.35 right now. And if you look at the facility condition index list, if the way it was presented at the last commission meeting, we were actually like in number 6 place. But Bureau Veritas was the ones who put in the report. What they didn't do was, I found it interesting because they did the slideshow for the commission, but they also put together the facility condition index list. When you look at the facility index list, it had comments for the first 2 schools saying that their facility conditions were taken care of through demolitions or through reappropriating the building to another, to become another building. So those 2, which were 1 and 2, come off the list, should have moved everybody up. That's not the way they presented it. So through all of the different changes that they're making, and they're referencing state statute, most of our state statutes for our buildings go in 16, they're either in 16 or 21. And they're starting to look at safety. Safety was a real big thing. So I talked to Mrs. McGovern, and I went ahead and asked FEA to give me a price to come in and do a security assessment of our buildings, security and safety assessment. Because the one thing that does not go together in a renovation of a building as security and safety. They are at 180 degree. You can put life safety measures in, but then you don't have security measures. You can put security measures in, but because of fire codes and, it's tough to make them work. So I'm just giving you a heads up. This is where we're at. We're waiting for the scores to come in from our third-party engineering firm. And I have also asked them to throw in a price. We do have a contingency. So if their price to do the safety and security assessment is within our contingency, I'm just going to go ahead and have them do it within that contingency. The other thing that does is I've been around and I've done enough schools and I'm very familiar with the Mercer process and what is included in the Mercer, report. That would actually round off we would check all of the boxes. Should they come back and say, well, you guys need to do a Mercer. Okay, but we already have an independent one. And if you want to spend money to do another one, because usually they give you like $50,000 just to do a Mercer report. And if we can get this included into this FEA engineering report, I think we'd be ahead to just move ahead with it, have it included in our packet so that when the time comes that we go before the select committee or the commissioners, we have all of our information because that's what they do. I mean, I've been doing this now for 20 years and this is my 9th, 10th school. And it's the same thing. Every time you go there, they ask the same questions. You guys have been there when we went through satellite school. So the newer members, it's just a dog and pony show and whoever puts on the best. I don't know if anybody saw the today's article in the Cheyenne paper, and they're referencing the 146-page report that Teton County gave the commissioners to move ahead with using state funds, capital funds, for teacherages. We can't use capital funds for teacherages. We have to use 10% major maintenance money or district funds on our teacherages. For those of you who remember when we did Farson, all those teacherages up there, in order to connect them to the waste and water systems, the district had to come up with 10% funding for that. Even though we were putting it in for the main school, we had to increase the size, and the state did the calculation, said you owe $800,000 to fund this for the school, for the teacherages. And yet they're going to give capital funds to Teton County to build teacherages. So kind of a brief update of my world, where I'm at.
Clearly some equity issues.
Yeah.
Clearly some equity issues and how different districts are being
Yes.
dealt with. Superintendent McGovern?
Thank you, Chair Jellicoe. Just a couple points to add on to what Mr. Celeroli is mentioning. Over the years, we have testified to the legislature numerous times on lack of quality candidates to fill positions, the need for a replacement high school. And we know one of the things that we're going to be working on this fall is a new strategic plan for the district, the next 5-year plan. And so if any of you are interested in being a part of that, but even more specifically, if you are interested in helping us with the replacement high school and advocacy and reaching out to our legislators and bringing our community together, please let us know. We welcome your input. And I really believe on a lot of those issues that we align on many, many things. We just need to be able to have those conversations to be able to get the right information out there so that we can do the next step in what's best for our community. And one of those is a replacement high school.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions
Any questions?
on any projects
Any
that are going on
questions or
this summer?
comments? Thank
Okay,
you.
All right.
Further public comment?
Hello, it's me again, Sherelle O'Driscoll. Looking forward on the agenda, I was looking at the Stop the Bleed kits and how you guys are going to come forth with purchasing those from the city. And I pulled the MOU from the city that says you're going to purchase 791 individual intermediate bleeding kits from this Life Assist, and they're $50.51 per total, per unit. at a cost of $39,953.41. I was questioning, I know that you guys didn't put the together for the quote, but if you go online to the Stop the Bleed site, it has them cheaper than what this is being quoted to you. And then also, these only have a 5-year shelf life. And there's a 2-year certification for the training, and that expires. And it says that it will be, they will be trained and for the kits in the fall by first responders, administrators, district staff, including nurses. So how much does the training cost? And will they have to be recertified every 2 years? And will we have to continue to keep purchasing these every 5 years? I understand there a need for them, but it's one of those, like, that's a lot of money. If we're not going to use them, it is wasted. Thank God we're not using them, but it's one of those, I was wondering some questions about those.
Superintendent McGovern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. O'Driscoll, thank you for the questions on there. The first time that we had actually purchased the kits were back in February at the February 13th meeting, and they were around approximately $50 per kit. The only way that we're able to purchase these is through Title IV grant funds. Otherwise, we do not have general fund money to be able to buy the kits. These actually came forward as a recommendation to the district from law enforcement and first responders for that. The implementation plan for these, so we've been buying them in little chunks because that's all the money that we've had to be able to do that. And the implementation for that really is going to be a team approach. This last spring at the end of April, training actually comes from we have a Lieutenant Fisher from our Sheriff's Department. We have our school nurses, and then we also have Stephen Corbellis from the Fire Department. And they came in and worked with our medical staff here in the district, meaning our district nurses. And what we're trying to do for the fall and the timeline for the fall, it could be that first week when we come back, or it might be a date in September. It really depends on supply and demand of when we can get the kits and get them in and get them trained. But the idea for implementation is really a team approach. When we started all of the school safety efforts that we had for the district, everything was built on a school site team. And that composed of a representative from the sheriff's office, the police department, the fire department, the building principal, and then of course we have our school nurses. So we'd like to do that same type of implementation plan. I would agree with you that this is one, a Stop the Bleed kit is something that I hope we never have to use. And I believe our money needs to be fiscally responsible, but I also believe we need to plan for the worst, and that includes being ready. And I know this last spring when we had the active shooter situation, before it was determined to be a hoax, thank goodness that the district is ready with the school safety efforts that we do, and that we were prepared as much as we could be. And I believe our law enforcement and our schools handled that very well. And in addition to Rock Springs High School, but all of our schools, they were ready, they knew what to do, and that doesn't just happen overnight. So with the kits only being able for 5 years, that is one of the discussion points that we have coming with our first responders. But the idea for this is that we need to start somewhere. And what we do with that MOU is we work with one of our firefighters, and they work directly with a vendor to get us a quote so that the price that we have is the best that they were able to give us for bulk purchasing, if that helps you.
Yeah, there was only one bid, so I didn't know if you went with the cheapest one and that's what's included in it, or was questioning that.
So when we ordered those in February, that was the quote that we had at that time. The quote for this additional $54,000 that we were able to secure in grant funds, the district has not received the latest quote. So what we're asking for is permission that when that information comes available, that we're able to enter into another MOU as necessary to purchase those with the city. But that was the price that we had when we purchased them back in February.
Okay. And then I have another question about the Farson Eden school football field, that they're going to redo the scoreboard and sound system. And it says that no bids were received. And my question is, it says in your policy manual DFG for fiscal management that if the bid process is completed and no responsive bids are received, the district will either rebid or process the contract as a sole source award pursuant. And then it also, in another policy, says that the board shall obtain competitive bids and publish a call for bids in newspaper of general circulation in the state at least once each week for 2 consecutive weeks. And I found them on the district website on June 3rd and June 10th. But what is considered a general circulation newspaper? Where did they get put? Because we couldn't find them.
Mr. Celeroli.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent. It's actually state statute, and state statute changed last July. So state statute now reads, it has to be advertised in a local paper. It used to be state paper, but now it's local paper. It was advertised. In fact, when we first advertised it, I purposely made sure that it was advertised within 10 days. So it is in the Rock Springs paper. It was in the Rock Springs paper twice time. Yeah, the Rocket Miner.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was there. And also state statute says, which our policies reflect state statute. If you look at our policies on the back, it also has on the very bottom, it references 21. Okay.
Yeah.
So it also, where it says that if no bids are received, we fulfill the obligation of the law. So we can then pick whomever, and honestly, when I think we did, Zach, we did end up going with Daktronics. This really was an IT. I just know the statute real well because I deal with it all the time.
Well, it's hard to follow everything.
Yeah. So, okay. But yeah, we did pick, I think, Daktronics. We reordered it from Daktronics, but it's like a 22 to 40 week wait.
Oh, no, and then it
So-
says that we're actually not paying for it, that the rec board is paying for it?
The rec mill.
Yeah,
yeah,
so I was just
uh-huh.
trying to figure out how this whole process
Yep.
worked and how everything worked. Because to me, to go from posting it June 3rd, June 10th, and then the rec board approves it June 20th, I was like, dang, that's real fast. So I didn't know if you were
But we
gonna
did
go
have a
more.
mandatory walkthrough.
Right,
And actually, there was only one company who sent somebody out there, and that guy that came out was a representative. He was more or less a second party or third party, and he didn't even understand what the project was about. So we just said, all right, we got one, we'll see what numbers they sent in, and they never even sent a bid.
okay.
Okay? And the reason why we went with Daktronics is they're the prevalent scoreboard that we have throughout the district, so getting parts and stuff like that's kind of nice.
No, no worries.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Further public comment? Further public comment? Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 8, the warrants. Mrs. Summers, do you have the information?
I do, Madam Chair.
Please.
Can you
proceed.
hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed.
For the district warrants, checks number 160598 through number 160899, totaling the amount of $5,285,296.02. There is an addendum, checks number 160900 through 160905, total the amount of $31,868.50. The payroll numbers 786102 to 786423 in the amount of $393,779.17. And then their check number 3737404 was a transfer to the health insurance fund for an amount of $1 million. check number 37411010 was transferred to the health insurance fund in the total amount of $500,000. And then check number 3737593 was a transfer from the rec board for total amount of $252,000. That concludes the warrants.
Is there a motion to approve the district warrants and the release of those payments? Moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Schumacher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion, unless members of the board request specific items be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. A, curriculum. Approval to purchase additional Stop the Bleed kits from the City of Rock Springs. B, finance. Approval of the resolution to amend the 2022-2023 budget. C, personnel. Approval of personnel recommendations. D, special services. Approval of the bid for a rotary file cabinet system. E, technology. Approval of the bid for the scoreboard and sound system at the Farson Eden School football field. F, technology. Approval to renew Dreambox licensing. G, technology. Approval to renew Microsoft Office licensing. Hearing none of the items held, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, or excuse me, I need a motion. Moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Item number 10, general board business. Approval of the stop loss insurance renewal. I think we'll do these in one motion. So as I go through these, if you want to hold something or have a discussion, would that be agreeable with the board? Okay. So A is approval of the stop loss insurance renewal. Any questions on that? Okay. B, approval of the new deductibles for the $1,500, $3,000 high deductible health plan. I will interject at this point that is a result of a federal law that it has to be in place by January of 2024, but that's in the middle of our health insurance plan. And so we have chosen to start that in September with our new plan, rather than changing things and making it confusing for everybody in the middle of the year. C, approval of the district contribution to a health savings account, and you can see the numbers there. And D, approval of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, Part B, Local Education Agency, LEA assurances. Mrs. Arnoldi, would you like to address any of that?
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent McGovern. This year, we are required to bring our assurances to the board. In the past, we haven't had to do that. This is just the signage of making sure that we as a district follow IDA governing rules, such as our federal rules and regs, child find, services, all of those allocations. So this is just our LEA assurances saying that we will make sure that we follow those to get those. Because anytime you earn grant funds, you have to follow those different federal regulations. So this is it. This is just the first time we've had to do it. In the past, we have met the maintenance of effort. I think this year as a state, we're being governed now by federal government because they put us on a cap a few years ago. We didn't meet maintenance of effort. So the federal government came in and we're trying to figure out why we didn't get the money we needed. And so I think this is just that documentation from the federal just needed. Every
Okay.
district has to do it this year.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mhm.
Any other questions about A, B, C, or D? I'd entertain a motion to approve A, B, C, and D. It's been moved by Mrs. Wood. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Schumacher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Okay, item number 11. I requested that this be added to the agenda. It's a discussion on the National School Boards Association, or NSBA, and the Consortium of State School Board Associations, or COSBA. I attached about 4 documents that hopefully helps you understand. I wanted to give you a little bit of background. WSBA, the Wyoming School Boards Association, is one of the committees that at the beginning of our year in January is one of the committees that we have people represent. I currently represent Sweetwater One on the board of directors for the Wyoming School Boards Association. It's a board of 19 people that represent the 48 districts in the state of Wyoming. So it's the larger districts like Sweetwater One has one representative, one director for a district, whereas some of the smaller districts, like some of them in Fremont, they may represent 3 different districts. So that's how the system is set up in the Wyoming School Boards Association. Wyoming School Boards Association has been a member of the National School Boards Association, and they have only been able, only state associations have been able to join. On September 29th of 2021, a letter was sent by the then executive director of the National School Boards Association and its president that caused quite a stir, I guess you could say, quite some disagreements. Wyoming did not approve of the sending of this letter. We did have a representative. They have a board of directors made up of people representing each of the states, and we had a very vocal person. Some of you may know Janine Bay Teskey from Teton County, and very active, very vocal on a national board. They did not follow their policies. This executive director and the president signed this letter to President Biden, and there were some very negative comments that many of the state associations did not approve of, nor did they believe. That they believe that we want a working relationship with parents. And this letter was very negative in that it was, and I have the letter here if you want to see it. What I provided to you was the Wyoming School Boards Association, and many of you, well, some of you were at the conference last November. We have the delegate assembly in November. And Brian Farmer is the executive director for the National School Boards Association, the Wyoming School Boards Association. And he sent out a letter on October 26, 2021 to our members here in Wyoming. And that's one of the letters that I provided to you because I thought he kind of summarized things probably easier than the 20-some documents that we had to look at. He wrote up an update on that in April 25th of 2022. And at that time, some of the states that had belonged to the National School Boards Association, the letter was what you might call the straw that broke the camel's back. With some of them, they had disagreements with what was going on at NSBA. NSBA restructured, fired the executive director. The then president basically was forced to resign. And so they were going through some changes. Many of the states were not happy with those changes enough that they split apart and formed the COSBA, which is the Consortium of State School Board Associations. And so right now, we have a very divided nation. I think on the information I gave you about COSBA, there are currently, I believe, 24 states that belong to COSBA, about the same number that belong to NSBA. Wyoming is one of 3 states that currently have membership in both organizations. The Board of Directors for Wyoming School Boards Association realizes that this is not the preferred way to go. It is not sustainable, nor is it the preferred method. But the reason we stayed with with National School Boards Association is because we wanted to see what they could do with their reorganization, if you will. And we joined COSBA because we wanted to be on the ground floor. So we maintained dues to both organizations for last year. At the July meeting coming up, July 14th and 15th, there will be a discussion among the Board of Directors for the Wyoming School Boards Association about the direction that we want to go, whether we want to stay with NSBA or whether we want to go with COSBA. So I asked for this discussion to kind of understand if any of you have any feelings about that. As the director, what direction would you like to see us go? What your preferences are, why you have those preferences. We're not going to take a vote, but I'm trying to get a feel for where the trustees stand on this issue. So with that, I will open the discussion. I will add, I think that it's a common concern among the districts in the state that we want to do what's best for Wyoming and try to keep Wyoming whole, meaning that we want to keep all the districts active in whichever state association, whichever national association we go with. So that's a concern for most, that's my concern, is how do we keep Wyoming school districts together under one state association and we don't see people splitting apart. There is some information that NSBA is looking to, and that was the constitutional amendment that I provided to you, that they appear to be wanting to look at local school districts. Up until now, the state was the member, local school districts were not really members. They're looking to apparently entertain local school districts with NSBA, whereas COSBA will be a state association. I've tried to give you as basic information as possible, just trying to get some feedback. And I think the COSBA one listed the states that are a member of it. So that's there for your information. Any comments? Any desires? Anything that you'd like me to take back to the meeting in July?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
I guess for me, I'm still hurt by what the National School Boards Association did in the past. I know that they are trying to right their wrongs, but to go completely against policy like that, that's a tough one to swallow for me. I know that COSBA is working hard to get things rolling and to provide the same kind of trainings that the NSBA has in the past. But I kind of agree with you that I don't know if both are sustainable, and I don't want a big division in this state. Do you happen to know what the dues are for
I do.
Can we get that information?
We just got the new dues for this year, for this coming year. And NSBA's is a little over 27,000. COSBA is 23,000. Those are rough figures. And that's why it's really not sustainable. We did it for the first year, hoping that we would have a better idea of the paths that they are on. And like you said, COSBA is working on national conferences and the same kinds of things, but they believe that they have the state association's best interests at heart, and that NSBA has kind of kind of mess things up for themselves. Yeah. They actually, one of the big things is, and it's how we feel here in Wyoming, we should be apolitical. You know, our elections are not, you don't declare a party for our elections. In the best interest of students, why do we need political action? And so NSBA, part of the accusations was that they were getting too political. And that's one of the COSBA statements, is that they adhere to a non-political or apolitical position. It's what's best for students, and that's the criteria, not the beliefs of a political party, one way or the other. And I realize for three of you, this is all brand new. So any other comments that I can take back?
I guess for me, would prefer to go with COSBA, but I completely understand that, we can't keep doing both dues. So if it's in the best interest and the majority of the state would like to go again with the NSBA, then I'm fine with that.
So I guess what I'm hearing you say is, how do we keep the Wyoming School Boards Association whole again? How do we keep?
Correct.
How do we
I'm
keep
very
up?
concerned because at the conference, I heard a lot of people talking about just that they would break off if we stayed with NSBA. So we have a very strong Wyoming School Boards Association, and I'd hate to have to see something like this divide our own state when we've been so united.
I think that's a concern for most of us. Would I know with limited information that the others would you tend to agree? I'm not asking for a vote. I'm not asking for a vote, but just kind of, is that the sentiment that I'm getting? Okay. That's the information I'll take back. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 12 are the graduation dates for 2024. Please notice that it's not going to be 4 days in 1 week this coming year. We've had some requests for different, so we're going to try breaking it up so that Black Butte will be on Wednesday, May 22nd. Rock Springs High School will be on Thursday, May 23rd. And then the following week, Desert School, Wamsutter will be on Wednesday, May 29th, and Farson Eden will be on Thursday, May 30th. So that may provide a little bit easier week for the trustees who try to attend as many as possible. So, okay, item number 13 is an executive session for the discussion of legal and personnel matters. I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session. It's been moved by Mrs. Wood. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Again, we are going in for legal and personnel matters. There may be a decision upon our return. Yes. I'd entertain a motion to return to the regular meeting. It's been moved by Mrs. Schumacher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. At 9:52, we are back in the regular meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn? It's been moved by Mrs. Wood. Is there a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. We are now adjourned.